Guy made a left into the river.
How are you? I'm waiting for one of my friends here. That's a police officer.
Oh, he's a police officer? Or she?
It's a he.
Oh, what's his name? What's his name?
Ravioli.
Okay, ravioli, alright. That's what's up, great guy. I like ravioli. Probably one of the best caps we got.
He's kind.
Yeah, I just borrowed his Bugatti the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
That motherfucker's rich, man. I can't afford no fucking Bugatti.
Yeah, I wish, dog. Nobody's got it like ravioli, for real.
How much did they sell it to you for?
How'd you get here?
He said since I'm broke, he'd sell it to me for cheap, though.
What car?
Baby, I sure he drove his feet here. I sure he drove his feet with Nana. He doesn't have a car, girl. He drove his feet, girl. That's how he got here with my car right here. You know?
He doesn't have a car?
Actually, I gotta pay
Ravioli has keys to my house, Pookie.
Oh, really? Y'all share a house together?
Maybe I bought my own house. He just lives there. You know, he lives there. Instead of living in the PD, you know? Kind of like, you know.
I think he has a house, though. Did he not?
No, he lives at my house with me.
He told me something about a mansion. Do you have a big house?
Maybe I do.
Oh, you like your sugar mama?
Maybe he wants to, you know, you never know where it leads, you know.
Okay.
Consider I gave him $100 for his house, you know, his airport ticket, you know.
Damn, okay, ravioli, okay. Great guy.
You know who this is? You met me before.
No, what's your name? I think I have though. What's your name?
Remington Dark Horse.
Huh?
Remington, like the gun. You know the pew pew pew.
Yeah,
Dark
Remington
Horse.
Dark Horse. Wow.
Yeah.
You know,
living in your house.
that's crazy.
Makes you want to go get in the dark meat, you know?
It made me want to go grab my dark meat. I'm gonna go grab my dark meat. Hold on, I'll be back.
Oh boy, don't get sidetracked now. Don't get sidetracked. Okay. Oh, and he grabs little Christmas shit.
He's going to get it. His dark meat, he's going to get that shit.
Yeah, he's obsessed with because my last name is Dark Horse. That's why he has to like pull out the car, you know. Hello?
He probably doesn't even have it here.
PD right now, just chilling with the boys. I don't know if these boys are talking to me.
I worked for Doc
Your location?
7 years.
Is your location? Number 7 your location. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. I'm fine. He's not there. She's not here. He's at DOC. Basically, my guess is over there. Yeah, he's at DOC. Wasting my own gas to go see him.
Barb was the first person to come and talk to me.
Yeah, he is a DLC.
Me and Barb focused a
So we
lot
don't
on
got them gas.
little cubs to become walking.
Gas is not cheap around here no more, you know.
We would go to
Not for real.
Crazy.
every day.
And it's like fucking like 5 miles to the prison, let's be real.
Look what he brought out, crazy shit.
Dark meat.
He's just happy because my last name is Dark. Oh, I hear why not.
That's dark meat, if you haven't met it. That's dark meat.
Well, you were riding with Brav, huh?
He's just happy because he has my last name is Darkbird. That's his line. He got the sticker.
That's a dark horse right there. That's a dark horse.
And my
name of
last
the
name is
car.
Darkheart. My last name is Darkheart. Let's get it right.
So your daddy made that car, huh?
Can I touch it?
Well, do
Touch it, touch it.
oh, hell no.
Come over here. Don't run away. Come in. Just stand next to it. Don't bite. Oh, that's true. Most of the time, a lot of people like to sit on the trunk for some reason.
Oh, not that much. I have to go see Raviolis with the hell man. I want to drive my gas. Way out there. Gas is too expensive to drive all the way out there. It's the town and back into the town.
Where is he?
That
DLC.
DLC. I'm not driving all the way out there and all the way back in town. I'm switching my own gas. Come on. Sweetie, I heard that's the other way. You're supposed to sit on the hood, not the trunk.
Oh.
With an employee, I had always wondered if I had
You cooked it, Victor, god damn it.
Tiger King.
That's right. I had to get off my own dark meat.
It was just this amazing
I hope he shaves that taser up, you know, your dark meat, baby. Love that.
saw it too.
What she said?
I
Something about a taser
get
up
me
your
wrong.
dark meat.
And don't get me wrong, boys. I love getting tased. You know, I used to get tased when I was little. You know, I've been like,
tased?
yeah, I love getting tased. It's like it doesn't faze me, baby.
Oh, big kink. Okay.
Doc is not encouraging his partners to create.
Gotta go see what Ravioli wants, boys. You know, gotta go check.
All right.
around.
Well, we'll be around.
Wish me luck. Wasting my own damn gas to drive all the way up there.
Yeah, I know.
Gas is pricey around here. What the hell?
It is pricey. And actually, it's supposed to be going up here this week. Yep.
How much a gallon now?
I think it's supposed to be going up to like $6 a gallon.
Oh hell no! I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Ravioli's still not here.
Maybe he's at DLJ. Come on.
He's got this very highly overinflated sense of self.
It says DOJ.
DLC.
Hi.
Yeah, DLC.
Having followers.
When the
See
hell
you
did Morse
later.
become DOC?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's new to me. It's news to me. Take it easy, sweetheart. You have a blessed one. God bless you. Remington, of course.
Yep. First it was me, then it was Patty, now it's Ravioli. Run.
Oh well, he better be on his way here then.
Just a heads up, we had a Remington Jaguar just waiting for you. I think she's going to try to catch you.
Hola,
She
¿cómo
was
estás?
waiting in front of our city.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, since when did you start working for DOC?
every aspect of
All right.
their life around him. If there's somebody he idolized,
Tech 2 check.
maybe talks about
Then to
it's beyond here.
Tech 2 check.
10-2.
Reason 911 calls that there were 2 people taken hostage at Shelby. The officers headed that way.
Delta 4176.
Affiliation with Pegarinos.
most of the people loving, caring,
I'm 23, but there's no cars here in town.
though is an intention where people choose to practice yoga, my parents met Swami Satchidananda when I was 5 years old. I started meditating myself by choice. I was doing 4 to 6 hours a day of yoga and meditation. We were a very peaceful, loving, accepting community. Jesus
I watched Tiger King. Ideas from Swami Satchidananda is that the power will deliver Bhagavan was a very well-known character. Swami Satchidananda loved him. He was lots of flash. He had bubbles. He was like a celebrity.
He was the cute boy of the 80s. He had long dark hair, mustache. He was a magic man. Thomas had kind of an instant job. Right outside. Drive down this little country road, you wouldn't even know that he's there unless you knew exactly how to find him. You walk through the little gate, you see this little frame house. It kind of looked like something a hobbit might live in. And immediately, as soon as you walked in, you could see an elephant in the distance. You could see tigers back there. You could see lions. In the beginning, it was such a great place. What I liked about the Buckingham Zoo was the community that Bhagavan had built.
I met Bhagavan right out of high school.
Not like doing Erewhon training at all.
He would do local shows around here for schools, and then I worked with him at the Renaissance Festival.
I still
I made my living as a juggler for like 25 or 30 years. I'm sort of an entrepreneur. I had a video business, and I used to videotape his magic show that he would perform.
By the constant practice of the control of the life force, you will not only be able to control the life force of your mind and body, you will also be able to control the life force of the universe as well.
Bhagavan supposedly had psychic powers because he had practiced yoga and his pranayama and acquired these superpowers. He would walk on coals and he would supposedly levitate things and whatnot.
Your body can become so fit that you are immune to those things from the outside world coming in and influencing you.
He would create this illusion that if you listened to him and you followed his ways, you would be able to do some of the same things.
These people are getting paid almost nothing and promise of getting these superpowers from Bhagavan when he didn't really have them himself. He was not a great magician.
This is the two of hearts.
98% accuracy.
It was horrible. I mean, it was horrible. But people liked it because he was the cool guy with the tigers.
These things are nothing in comparison to the accomplishments of the thoughts, of the control of the thoughts and emotions of the mind. They are but a drop in the ocean by comparison.
The Guru gave Bhagavan all his teachings, the yoga teachings, this philosophy and psychology of how to approach the world. I still love the yoga teachings, but the experience in retrospect taught me so much about how to be aware of a cult type approach, of wanting to attract people for the purpose of power or greed, and giving the feeling that you're going to be receiving something that isn't possible to get. He had complete control. We had to wear a certain type of clothing. We had to eat a certain type of food. I mean, you give everything. You give not just your material possessions, but your whole belief system.
And one day you'll be surprised how obedient your mind is.
One will have a body of all health and vitality, free from disease. It will make the mind calm, clear, and dynamic.
Bhagavan learned how to use the teachings in a manipulative way.
To be part of the zoo, you give up your entire life. You give up your name, you give up your world, you give up your family, your friends. The tigers become the first priority to the exclusion of everything else. And he's always been that way. And it's really just a way of him getting free labor.
Simply being in the presence of a big cat can be a life-transforming event.
When Doc started building his facility, he wanted to embody like a Yogaville type of environment where he's kind of the leader of the group and everyone's working for a greater cause, working with animals and also incorporating yoga.
Do you practice yoga? What of those?
Cult alarm. Myself, I have practiced yoga throughout my life. I've practiced martial arts from the time I was very young. I practiced it throughout my life. I always tell my staff that they should go and practice yoga so they get a steadiness of mind and body.
It makes so much sense to use those characteristics of the guru to basically create a culture where you're like God.
They come as teenagers, and decades later, they're still here because there is a fulfillment that takes place from spending time with wildlife.
There's a song that says, "I'm on a vacation because I love my occupation. If you don't love what you're doing, then you need to change your station." It's perfect. It's a perfect song.
Bhagavan definitely had the desire to create his own following, and he did, and he was very good at it. I met Joe a couple times at his zoo, and I was shocked at what I was seeing because in every way, it was a poor man's version. It was a copy of what Bhagavan had built.
This is what we are going to create, display. I want want you to look at the landscaping and everything else here. One man does this entire park because he takes pride in it. The staff take pride in what they do.
Joe tried to make his park look exactly like Doc Antel's. Everything was about Doc Antel's.
We will buy safari-looking clothes so you feel like you work in a jungle atmosphere. It's very simple. You get up in the morning, you get dressed, you come to work with a shiny, sparkly attitude. Until you can get some self-discipline, we can never do this. I have my own following of people. It's called the Temple of the Beast.
We're a non-denominational church here at the GW Zoo, and I'm Pastor Joe. And if you would like to get married with tigers, we can decorate and do it all just for you. We are here today in the sanctuary of the Church of the Beast, where the sky is our ceiling and the grass is our floor.
People like Joe Exotic and Doc Antle love dressing up in costumes. That's their thing. That's what they love to do, is boast this, I'm Tiger King with all these, you know, beautiful women around me that all have big boobs and are all dressed in leather.
I can't believe I was actually okay with wearing those costumes. I think the one thing that I said absolutely not is I'm not putting on tights.
I've been deep into Bhagavan's closet before, and you can find the most insane pieces of clothing.
This is the Renaissance Fair outfit. I was always proud of my chainmail halter top.
King Richard's Fair, weekend September 4th through October 24th.
Renaissance fairs are this gathering of thousands of people that come, and all the performers and everybody that works at the fair, they're all dressed up in these medieval type costumes. And there's usually like a swordsmith there, there'll be jugglers, and there'll be any type of performer that might have lived back in the medieval times. Whenever we went to these Renaissance fairs, Bhagavan was kind of on the prowl, searching for girls. There's no greater pickup line in the world than, "Do you want to pet my tiger?"
That's how I met him. I was traveling from state to state doing Renaissance fairs, and I was walking my ferret through the forest area and ran smack into a guy walking a lion.
Right now, he is gaining almost a pound every single day.
I said, "Do you ever hire people?" And a week later, I was hauling elephant poop. I had moved in. He can talk a good game. When he would talk about the requirements of the job, like how many hours we had to put in, how dedicated we had to be, it really was framed in a very, these animals come first. And it's going to be hard work, and it's going to be really difficult, and you've got to be very strong to be able to manage this. And that appealed to me greatly.
Bhagavan knew how to work people beautifully because he got his beginnings of learning from Swami Satchidananda. In order to be a Swami, you take vows of celibacy, obedience, selfless service, and poverty. He was Swami Satchidananda, and he had taken those vows, but they didn't apply to him anymore because now he was enlightened.
Yoga expects one to reform himself.
During the years that I was there, the Guru had sexualized the relationship with many of the disciples. With any kind of sexual abuse, they bring you in, and they make you feel like you're going to be friends with this powerful person. So what they would want gets changed. No, they wouldn't want an old man with a long beard to be fondling them and having intercourse with them or jerking them off.
How many women was he involved with?
Oh, I don't know. I bet there are some that never came forth, but I would say at least a dozen. They believed that this made them special somehow, that this close, intimate relationship gave them a certain connection to God. And Bhagavan was emulating the Guru. Women were very attracted to Bhagavan.
His first wife was Brahmi Betsy. And there was, only Brahmi for a little while on her own.
Brahmi was a beautiful woman.
She was beautiful. Slender, long, dark hair.
They seemed like a happily married couple in a sense. And Bhagavan used to use them as an example about how happy they were and what a wonderful couple they were, which is sort of interesting. I think it was not her lifestyle, Bhagavan being interested in multiple women.
I have to believe that's part of the reason my sister is where she's at now in her life. I mean, it has to be, because she never dealt with it. And she's just been destroying her life, slowly but surely. She's had a problem with drinking for a long time. She almost died a few years ago. It's a shame, because she's... I'm getting emotional for some reason.
Probably never get over it. My mother always likes to bring that up. She goes, "He was the love of your life." I'm like, yeah, he was. Nobody's ever gonna change that. Me and Kevin, that was his name back then. I met him at high school, and before we started dating, I had a boyfriend who lived next door to him. So I used to go to Kevin's house to spend time with my boyfriend, because Kevin's mother didn't care. She was like, "Cool, Mom." But he broke up with me so that he could be with Kevin's mother.
Didn't people think it was strange that you started having sex with your teenage boyfriend?
Only the people that knew about it, which was only us. She felt bad because she said, "Well, I know you're upset about this. Why don't you try dating Kevin?" Meaning her son. And I did. Of course, I fell in love. I wanted to be with him all the time. He was very confident and really beautiful.
My sister used to bring him over to the house. I don't think my dad liked him a lot in the beginning. I know Kevin dropped out of high school. Well, maybe that was part of it, but he had long hair. I know my dad didn't really like that.
Oh, he was a rebel. Yeah, he always wanted to be in trouble. He actually sought out trouble. After we got married, we changed our names because we went to this 1-month retreat at Yogaville to become certified yoga instructors. And Swami Satchidananda gave us a new name. I went from Betsy to Brahmi, and he went from Kevin Antle to Sri Mahatma Bhagavan Antle. Pretty big change.
Bhagavan Antle in 1982 was very good looking. He was very charming. He had a lot of bling, he drove a DeLorean and a Porsche. I first met him in the Lotus Lake, which is a lake around the Lotus Temple in Yogaville. I remember it very clearly because he hit on several of the teenage girls that day in the lake, and I talked to them about it and asked them, did he touch your butt and boobs? I mean, did that happen to you guys too, or was it just me?
How old was he?
He was 22, yeah, and I was 14. That's not legal in the state of Virginia. He spent a long time. He spent 6 months sending me poetry, getting me flowers, just really wooing me.
I remember having some outings with Bhagavan, to the movies or, out to dinner. He had all the toys, so I remember playing with a lot of toys. They had a jacuzzi. We'd play with the baby animals a lot. When you were over there, you were in his world. I minimized everything that went on, but now that I look at it as an adult, I was kind of passed on to a person who worked with Bhagavan. I felt the pressure to have a sexual relationship with this person, and he was 30 years old. I was 15. At the time, I thought it was my choice, and I played the role. I didn't have the tools to make those kind of choices. It was part of the culture I think that Bhagavan cultivated. There was a lot of photo shoots. There were some inappropriate photos, definitely. And we were underage, naked photos.
He did a nude photo shoot of me and a boa constrictor. And luckily, his wife, Brahmi, found those pictures and burned them. Otherwise, there could be nude photos of me floating around, who knows where.
He prayed after young women, and it was important to him that they were virgins.
My 15th birthday was the first time that we slept together, but before we slept together, we had a spiritual wedding ceremony in his meditation room upstairs at his house, and he put a wedding band on me, and I was supposed to be his wife, and he was supposed to be my husband, even though he was already legally married. He told me she was totally polyamorous and totally into an open marriage, and this was all copacetic, and that was not the case.
Worst part is that the other women that lived around there, they actually thought that I condoned it. They were like, oh, I thought that you were okay with that. I was like, are you kidding me? Of course not. You have to remember, I was always the last person to know.
He took me on a honeymoon down to the Virgin Islands with Brahmi, Betsy, his first wife, which was really awkward for me because Brahmi and I weren't talking about the fact that I was in a relationship with him.
Well, I didn't know it was Sumati's honeymoon. I would spend all of my time snorkeling. Apparently, he was spending the whole day screwing women, but I didn't know that.
He would just reassure me that she was okay with it.
One of his many lies. But she was really young, and I can imagine that she would have believed him, of course.
He did one of those classic power and control maneuvers where he just isolated me. I moved out of my parents' house at 15 and moved on to the Yogaville property.
You know, he was pretty careful about picking teenage girls whose parents didn't pay attention to them. Sumati lived in a tent right behind my house.
He would come and visit me in my tent in Yogaville sometimes.
He was only interested in me as long as I looked like I was 12. Until the age of 30, I weighed 100 pounds. I had no curves, just nothing. That's what he liked. He liked women that looked like they were still teenagers.
You needed to be very, very thin. I was eating Doc's very restricted diet, so I was eating somewhere around 800 calories a day, a very nutrient-light food.
You cannot make someone into an animal trainer. It takes a certain degree of mental and physical toughness. One needs to be light on their feet. One needs to have a physicality of timing and understanding.
I was starving. I was blacking out when I stood up. I almost got killed because you're working with wild animals and my blood pressure was so low, I'd stand up and start to black out. One of the volunteers saved me. She had been taken out for her birthday, and she comes back to me the next day and she says, "You don't know what's happening to you. You are being brainwashed. This is what cults do when they're taking over people's psyches." And she says, "You've been doing this for so long, you don't even know how off your brain is right now." So she says, "You have to eat." And she ended up chasing me around the parking lot with a Fig Newton bar, screaming, "It's fat-free for fuck's sake!" And I refused to eat it because a Fig Newton bar was just too much. But I started eating carrots, and I started thinking straight. My brain started working a little better, and I went to Doc and I was like, I want to stay here for the next year. I was going to finish out my 2-year thing. But I decided I didn't want the boob job. I decided that wasn't who I wanted to be. And he said, "Well, if you're gonna look like a fat ass, you don't need the tits." I mean, I was still skeletal, I was still concave. And I thought, oh, I'm never gonna win this game. And I'm starting to believe him. I felt like if I stayed, I was going to be subsumed.
in the 80s when we started out. Swami Satchidananda had a new idea that was really fresh, that what you act like, what you think, what you eat shapes your health.
You are what you eat. Please remember that. Most of our physical problems are caused by our food that we eat.
Swami led you to believe that he was now an enlightened being and a perfect instrument of God. Bhagavan saw the Guru as someone that could get away with everything. I was very close to the person who took care of Swami Satchidananda, and she would confide in me. She would tell me that he would actually hit her.
If you want to punish somebody who hurts you, do something beautiful to that person.
She accepted it so easily and lovingly. It was totally crazy, but now I think of it that way. But at the time, I just put on my rosy-colored glasses, I guess.
Oh, nice. You big old guy. You big old guy.
Bhagavan didn't like it when someone in any kind of way challenged him. And that was a problem between me and him. If I did it in front of a group of people, there would be hell to pay.
Come not love me.
And I learned very quickly not to go there.
We're trying to not let you film. That's why
I'm sorry. Okay.
If you come here going, that's not fair, you just didn't listen. I know the way. We have no tolerance or time for anyone like that.
He had a bad temper for sure. You do not want to have something that you're very attached to in front of Bhagavan, because he will torture you with that. I loved this one capuchin monkey. Just from the time that I saw her, I just was obsessed with her. Bhagavan knew I loved her. He liked that I was taking very good care of her, but he did also like to torture me with the fact that I was so attached to this monkey. In one instance in particular, he took her and put her in a freezer. I mean, she was a little tiny baby, and he took her and put her in the freezer and closed it and just stared at me, waiting for me to stop being upset about that. That's what he was telling me. I'm teaching you not to be so attached. I need you to just think about how you're feeling with the monkey in the freezer and calm yourself down.
He was capable of doing harm more than your average person. He could go from very charming to very angry.
Did you ever see him lose his temper in a way that was scary?
Yes. With me, one time. Can we stop for a second? Yeah, I just need a drink.
There were 4 times in 4 years where I thought he was going to kill me. He was so incredibly violent to me that I thought, that's it. He got me. This is going to be the time. The first couple times was I was going to leave him. And it was pretty soon into the relationship. I just wanted to leave. I didn't want to be in the relationship anymore. And he would beat me or be violent with me, scare me into staying with him. Choked me, and to the point where I passed out. And one time he even bragged to his girlfriends that he broke 2 of my ribs to shut me up. And it's true, he did.
Well, he didn't like to hit because it would leave a scar, so he used to strangle me. Because it didn't leave a mark. He got so mad at me when I got pregnant. He said it was my fault. When I started giving birth, somebody tracked him down, and of course he was with his girlfriend at the time. And so then, while I'm still in labor, he calls, "Is it okay if I just don't show up?" And I was like, "No!" So what he did was he actually came and he laid on the bed next to me and slept while I was having a baby. Luckily, you're in so much pain that you don't think about it too much, but yeah, it was sad, but that whole thing about what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And guess what? There's not a whole lot of things that will ever happen to me that will be worse than that. So, As soon as the baby was born, he was gone. He was back on the road with his girlfriend.
I remember I was shocked when Brahmi got pregnant. He told me that he wasn't even sleeping with her.
He used to tell Srimati, I can do some kind of crazy voodoo magic on you and you'll never get pregnant. She completely believed that he could put some kind of a spell on her and she wouldn't get pregnant. But my daughter had just been born and she was already showing.
Right before the Lotus Temple opened, I told Bhagavan that I was pregnant with Tilakam. First, he said it wasn't his child, and then he said I needed to get an abortion, and he tried to guilt trip me into an abortion.
Tilakam's mom, who's a crazy little teenager that, just happened to have been hanging out with a little too long and she got pregnant. I drug her ass to the downtown Marriott in Washington, D.C., and didn't follow through on the birth control the way we were supposed to, and lo and behold, baby!
I called Swami Satchidananda and I finally confessed to him. I'd been in a relationship with Bhagavan for 4 years and I was pregnant. He basically said, you're going to be a great mother. He said, if Bhagavan will marry you, he can stay in Yogaville. If he continues with the women like he is now, he's going to have to leave.
There was a family meeting that was called to deal with this devastating news. And in the family meeting, they were trying to blame the girls for their wanton behavior. My husband and I said, excuse me, this is a man who was promoted by our teacher as this great yogi, and you're saying the girl should not have trusted him? That doesn't seem reasonable. It seems to me that the bad guy here is the adult.
There was a culture of pointing the finger at women. We were seducing men, that somehow it was our fault.
All of a sudden, the community decided that every student and parent and teacher involved in the school should sign a pledge.
Basically saying that they won't date. And also, there was something about not questioning Swami Satchidananda. We felt like we were being punished. We needed to just cover up, shut up, get permission to do anything.
People of the opposite sex would not be in the same room together alone. And if a parent, a child, or a teacher was unwilling to sign the pledge, they couldn't attend or teach at the school.
I didn't want to sign it. When I spoke out, the community asked me to leave. Swami Satchidananda told me directly, he was like, you're a rotten apple. You're going to make the other shiny, bright apples rotten too. Being excommunicated and shunned was painful. My whole world was Yogaville. I didn't know anything else.
Yogaville failed our kids by not taking a stand.
By the time I got pregnant, he was already in a relationship with another 14-year-old.
Once you've married a 14-year-old, what could possibly hold you back?
Never in a million years did I ever think that I would be sharing this story publicly. When I hear myself, I'm like, wow, it is pretty crazy. I was 14 and he was 25. My mom was wanting me to realize how inappropriate the situation was. And I remember him saying, don't worry, we're gonna deal with it. It's all gonna work out. Don't worry, we're gonna be together. Bhagavan and I were talking on the phone and he wanted me to give him very specifically my route to school. We went over it, and he came and pulled up next to me in a disguise of some sort. He looked bizarre, like all the hair up in a hat and like crazy funky glasses. And I jump in the car, I dumped my book bags in a dumpster, and we flew off. In my mind, I ran away, yes, but I still kind of wasn't thinking that it was really an abduction.
There was an endless supply of beautiful girls. They were coming in and out of those gates constantly. You almost needed a revolving door.
As far as my personal and private life, I want to be honest about it. I have nothing to hide. And the truth is, back in my 20s, back in the 1980s, I was way too promiscuous.
Tiger's a glamour show. If you're a guy at the circus that works the tiger, you know, you're gonna be getting more action than the clown.
Doc Antle has a reputation for liking a lot of different women. If you try to explain that operation to people who weren't part of it, no matter what, it sounds like the most obtuse, weird Twilight Zone kind of shit, no matter what.
I told Doc Antle back in 1999, don't come crying to me with your women problems. I don't want to hear about them.
I had enough trouble keeping track of my sordid shit without trying to figure out what Doc was doing when we weren't collaborating together.
Just the other day on my Facebook post, on my Facebook status, I posted, I never needed a Corvette. I never needed a Tiger. I got a pretty big dick.
Bhagavan and I met for the first time at the ashram. I think I was about 11 or 12 years old. They would offer a lunch, and he came for lunch. I was actually quite enamored with him right away. He was this larger-than-life character.
One of the first times that my daughter saw him, she said to me, I'm gonna marry him. Since she was a little girl, she's always had this mantra, you're not the boss of me.
Growing up, I would sometimes spend the weekends at his house. I wanted to spend time with him and with the animals.
Everyone looked up to him, and I never had any indication that there was anything amiss. I never worried about it for a moment.
My mom moved around quite a bit, and I enjoyed having the freedom. I was grateful to be on my own.
Her mom was just not on the scene. It was really bizarre, and she lived with different families at Yogaville.
Rada became our babysitter, and then after a while, she turned out to be his girlfriend.
How old was she when she started babysitting for you?
She was very young.
I was 14 the first time anything romantic happened. That's actually the day we were together for the first time. He told me that it was one of his specialties, but the first time was a bit underwhelming. After we were together, he said, if it's not okay with you, you know, I can make you forget, like the Jedi mind trick. And I actually somehow, even at that age, I found that more strange than the fact that, you know, he was making sexual advances to a 14-year-old girl. At the time, I knew that he was having a relationship with Sumati, and I think that's part of why I felt, oh, I'm of age now. The first time was in the back of a truck. I remember saying to him, why? Why in the back of a truck? And he said, and I quote, I remember this clearly, because I wanted to get my claws into you.
You just pet them. You just let them rub on you for affection. You don't play cat and mouse, tickle and slap.
Huh. Yeah. That's a lot right there.
Up until Radha, he sort of implied that it was just Brahmi and me, and that was it. But once he got involved with Radha, he was like, I want to have multiple women. I was in a menage a trois with Radha and Bhagavan more than once.
I remember it seemed strange because Sumati and her used to hate each other. And then all of a sudden they were best friends.
For as young as we were, we handled it between one another extremely well. But eventually, my mom found out actually through Brahmi.
I caught them making out. That's how I found out. It never occurred to me that he would be having sex with a girl that young. It's hard for me to imagine that I was married to somebody that would do that.
I thought, we have to get her out of there. In a short period of time, I had her flown across country, picked her up at the airport, moved her in with me, and literally across the street from where I lived was a Catholic school.
My mom enrolled me in St. Monica's Catholic high school. I just kind of felt at that point like I was playing the role. We wore little Catholic schoolgirl uniforms, which I find so hilarious now. Especially thinking back to the big abduction.
In those days, there weren't cell phones, but there were extensions. And I heard her talking to someone. I thought, who is she talking to? So I picked up the extension and I heard her say something like, okay, well, we'll see you soon. And it was Bhagavan. And I got very concerned. I took her to the police station and I said, I think my daughter's gonna run away and be with this gentleman who's married and lives in Virginia. And that's when they took that picture of her that's on the poster, and they did some sort of scared straight tactic with her. In my mind, I was a little naive. I thought, okay, this is gonna nip it in the bud. Now she knows we're on to her.
I wasn't at the time capable of understanding or wanting to hear that or know that. I really thought that I loved him.
About a week later, she puts on her little uniform, a cute little outfit, and she takes her books. I said, you got your homework? Yeah. She goes out the front door, and she doesn't ever come back again. She doesn't come back.
I was all too happy to jump in that car and run away with him.
I really suspected that he had her. So I called him, and I said, Bhagavan, where's my daughter? You put her on the phone right now. He said, I don't know what you're talking about. She hated you, and she hated living with you so much that I think she ran away. I suggest you look in the local shelters, because I think that's where she is. So that began an odyssey of posters. Have you seen this child? You know, because they didn't have Amber Alerts in those days. They said, you need to write a personal note on the side, and I wrote something like, please call me, everything will be okay, and put them up all over town. I lost my job over it because I was either crying or I was on the phone with a police officer or the sheriff or a shelter. Yeah, and I don't blame them. I was useless, you know?
He put me in a hotel on the outskirts of DC. So I was living in an Econo Lodge by myself for at least a month. You know, I don't know what the maid must have thought was going on there. She would come and she would clean and I would sit there, like it was bizarre. But it was pretty boring. I think I watched a lot of daytime TV. And eventually it became important to me to let my mom know that I was okay.
After being gone for about 3 weeks, she calls me Colette.
While I was on the phone with her, something happened when the operator interrupts on the call. And my mom was quick enough to say, operator, my daughter has run away. Can you please tell me where this call is coming from?
And they said, from Washington. It's from Washington, D.C. And then I knew he had her because she was on the East Coast. And then she was gone.
I was like, oh no, I fucked up. I panicked and like hung up the phone. And then I had to confess to Bhagavan, I called my mom. I think we're gonna have to move hotels. I don't think he was particularly happy with that, no. We cut my hair and, you know, put some highlights and made it curly and kind of disguised me. We had another entire identity for me. There was a girl in St. Monica's, and she was a beautiful girl, and her name was Chantal Rivera. And I just thought it was the most beautiful name. So when he was like, you need another identity, I was like, I'll be Chantal Rivera. When I went to go live on the zoo, all of the staff were forced, even though they knew me and they knew me as Rada, they were all forced to call me Chantal.
I kept calling the sheriff down in Virginia, and I said, you need to go to that property. I believe my daughter is there, and she's only 15 years old.
You know, we would role play and go over it of, you know, this is who I am, this is how old I am. No, I'm not Rada, what are you, crazy? He thought, you know, that perhaps there were detectives with sonic equipment waiting for someone to slip up and call me Rada. Bhagavan was being questioned by the police, and some of the staff met them with guns at the gate. I think Bhagavan somewhat enjoyed that cowboy role too, of like, you know, this is our property, nobody come on.
About a month or so later, she says, Mom, I don't want you to worry. Everything's okay. We're married. I went, excuse me? How can you be married? First of all, he's got a wife and children. You're 15 years old. How could you possibly be married?
We forged my father's signature on the marriage license because you are not allowed to get married at 15 without one of your parents' consent.
Now, at this point, I had two options. I could either go full bore, sheriff, police, everything, just converge and find her and rip her out of there and bring her back. But I had a friend who was very smart, and here's what he told me. You can do that. She will hate you. It will bring them closer together. Or you can do your best to be on her side, support her, go to Virginia, make peace, because the day will come, and it will come, when she wants to leave. And when that day comes, you want her to be able to pick up the phone and say, Mom, I'm coming home. And that's what I decided to do.
My parents and everybody began to just accept, well, we don't really like it, but this is the way that it is.
With this many mouths to feed, Bhagavan can't do it alone. And as of Valentine's Day of this year, he got a new right-hand man, his wife, Rada.
Bhagavan wanted to be kind of a Jack Hanna, Jeff Corwin type talking head animal expert on television. And Bhagavan came up with the idea of writing this script and producing this movie that he thought would draw attention to us.
Dr. Antol's latest project is a G-rated movie called Cubs. Bhagavan and his wife Rada play a part. It's being co-directed by an Academy Award winner and former Disney director. They may not be spending big bucks, but they do have a big message.
I made a full-length feature insane piece of crap. It is the world's worst tiger film, and it is so good because it is so bad.
The Great Tiger Cub Adventure. One of the biggest fiascos I've ever experienced in my life.
You couldn't have cast that better for like a Saturday Night Live sketch of like, you know, people making a big blockbuster movie.
It was a beautiful summer day when the magic show came to town. Everyone came out to see Marvelous Marvin and his wild animals perform their magical, mystifying illusions.
The idea coming from a small town and being a 10-year-old that you're going to be a movie star in a film with tigers, it was quite an event.
Andrea Terry went up to Wintergreen today to get a look at the stars of the movie Cubs.
Buckingham is a quaint little town. 2 traffic lights, 1 grocery store, cows and deer and turkey. But to see lions and tigers and bears, that kind of stuff doesn't happen all the time. There's kind of the whole gang here. Rada and Bhagavan, myself, Anna, Teresa, RB. We were going to be movie stars and make thousands of dollars.
I mean, they were certainly behaving as if it was, you know, the next E.T.
We're going to choose perhaps 2 or 3 boys and girls, maybe 2 brothers, brother and sister, something like that, to be in the whole movie. See, you all can't be in the whole movie.
I think it was probably 50 kids went for the auditions.
They had the kids picked out that they wanted because it was the kids of the people that were going to buy the stock in the movie. A group of parents from the church were going to invest money into the movie. Most of them were wealthier. The original idea was that Kevin Bacon was going to play R.B., the 3-year-old, when he grew up.
And even at 10, you knew who Kevin Bacon was. I mean, that was kind of cool, but no, Kevin Bacon never showed up.
Bhagavan had bantered around a bunch of celebrity names. Kevin Bacon was one, but he could never get anyone interested because it was so bad. It was horrible.
I don't know if they even ever talked to Kevin Bacon or anything. I think it was just big dreams, maybe. I never acted in the movie before that. Right here in the field is where we shot the scene where we found the baby tigers when we got off the school bus.
Our heroes, Terry, her friend Todd, and little brother R.B., stumbled upon something that would change their lives forever.
But then they ended up writing me out because my parents wouldn't buy stock in the movie.
The story is about these three finding these three in the forest one day.
The guy that started it with me is an Oscar-winning frickin' filmmaker who fell off the wagon in the middle of it. And he went to La La Land, drinking, you know, full cups of vodka for breakfast. And he's drunk and fucked up.
Where were you standing? You weren't standing. Were you standing that close? Right there. Right there. Okay. But where was your hand? But they can't stay in here, Bob. Yes, I got a master shot. Okay, but the Cubs got you. Well, help up for it. Okay, all right. Okay, we're ready. Close up.
That was a comedy of errors. It was just one bad day after another, and that production just started sinking lower and lower and lower.
How do these kids feel about their furry, four-legged friends?
The Cubs, all right, but Big Tiger, I'm not so sure about it. Scarier with Big Tiger.
You film tight and I'll shoot it.
We're 3 feet away from this massive tiger who could at any moment change its mind and decide he want a snack. I didn't know that I was at risk because meanwhile, the cat had actually gotten away and they were trying to get the cat back.
The tiger cannot get to you or anywhere near you because he's on a big truck chain.
And I found out later on, it had bitten a guy just not long before we started filming the movie. They had insurance on the animals, and they had insurance on the camera equipment, but no insurance on the kids. The only thing between us and the panther was a 15-year-old girl.
How come you can't pet this one? Well, actually, all the animals are pretty nice to the people who raise them from little babies or who feed them, but they don't like strangers that much.
There was some expectation that any child movie with animals would sell big, and I think that's what everyone was sold on. No one knew that it was going to be a bust, and there was no speaking, and it was narrated. This was all the cost that was justified to people. We're talking a $500,000 production, which you would think would result in something much more than what it turned out to be.
And we thought we were going to get paid at the end of it, too, and maybe be famous. But if we knew we weren't getting paid, then we might have protested.
My family and a bunch of other families were sold the promise that if you invest in this movie, then you will get some payout. And I'm sure a bunch of people lost a good chunk of change. Even by today's standard, what was done, $500,000 is a lot of money. So someone should be able to track down where the investments went and where the money went, but we're talking 30 years ago.
There are two things about Bhagavan that are absolutely true. One is nothing good comes from being associated with him in any way, and he will damage you. And the second thing is, if there's any money to be made, you're not the person that's going to make it. I signed $1 million contract to go to Korea and do 3 shows a day, 7 days a week. Bhagavan would come in and out. He would fly in and out. Meanwhile, I was there, not only doing 3 shows a day, I was promoting the show, I was doing special VIP performances. They had me working 18 hours a day. And I barely made any money from that gig because Bhagavan made a secret deal with the producer, took most of that money, and I did all these shows for almost nothing.
Kevin spent my entire inheritance without my permission and without me being involved. It took me like a year to even get a divorce. That's when he started getting money out of other people.
I wrote all the stage shows for Doc for 15 or 20 years. The big highlight of the show was to have the liger come out. And, you know, this is the liger, Sudan the liger, in the ancient city of Singapore, which was known as the city of lions.
Long, long ago, outside the ancient city of Singapore,
which was known to be the city of lions,
there were reports of giant brown beasts.
This massive creature you see before you.
The deal was we would split the profits of the shop 50-50. You get your picture taken with a tiger, and to get out of the shop, you got to walk past all the swag. But man, you can get a T-shirt or an umbrella with a picture of a tiger on it. So that was my nut, you know, it was the gift shop. It was never enough to live on. I had to sacrifice a lot of shit. But the money that they generate is to help animals. I love animals, and I think the work of conservation and preservation is extremely important.
Our trainers have dedicated their lives to caring for and conserving these amazing animals. We feel it's our responsibility to share what we've learned with all of you. Our director,
We went on a tour at 9:30 and we got done at 1:30. And they made $25,000. It was all about saving the animals in the wild. And everything we sell and promote goes to help conservation in the wild, and people will buy that.
Doc Antle taught him that if he would give just a little bit to conservation, people would see that and say, hey, this guy's heart's true, and they would donate more money.
Meet Dr. Bhagavan Antle, founder and director of the Rare Species Fund.
The Rare Species Fund, the RSF, is a grassroots organization that...
I started to realize this isn't about animal conservation. This is all about how are we going to make more money? How can we add to? What else can we bring to the table?
This is the door of one of the pygmy kings that was being... I don't want to say that. We're going to talk about that. We'll look inside this incredible door that was made by pygmies, and you can see some of the incredible amount of equipment that we've taken over there. I have contributed millions of dollars to conservation, which is totally trackable.
We've taken a look at Doc Antle's Rare Species Fund, and it's garbage. A lot of that money just goes right back into his own facility, and he's arguing that that constitutes conservation.
This is a deceptive practice that businesses use called greenwashing to convince the buying public that their services are environmentally friendly.
Funds that are raised here in the United States are then sent to projects in Africa, Indonesia, South America to be able to protect those animals there. But it also...
We never did conservation work outside of the United States, really. We would go on vacations to go see animals in the wild, for sure, for fun. And we did bring tigers to Thailand so that they could develop breeding programs there.
We went to Samut Prakan Crocodile Farm and Zoo. It was like a zoo at the turn of the century. Bhagavan worked so hard to get his tigers into Thailand, saying, well, this is a new bloodline we're gonna create, and this is where they live. Tigers live in Thailand. You know, we are returning them to the place where they come from. Really, most of what we did was teach the employees how to take photos with tiger cubs. There was a chimpanzee that would beg for cigarettes because he was addicted to cigarettes from people throwing them to him. And that was a selling point for this zoo. This is not a conservation.
Talking about preservation programs in Asia or Africa is very, very impressive, right, for propaganda. If you let the outside people come and see what's going on behind the scenes, then the dream is gone.
Any photo shoots that we did, if there was caging in the background, he would say, don't use that. He didn't like people to think that these animals were stuck in cages.
We're getting lost. This is Tigerland back here.
But I thought where we've interviewed before was pretty good light and quiet.
If you like it, yeah,
I think
it can be. We just don't want to see cages.
The cats that were kept in those cages, they would pace. There was nothing else for them to do, nowhere else for them to be, and they would just pace until the ground was bloody, just constantly, and it wore bloody holes into the soles of their feet. And when I would try to say something about it, they would just say, well, hose it down. You would just hose the blood out once a day.
You know, the fact that the elephant, one of the most social animals there is, maybe the biggest brain in the animal kingdom, and she's alone. every day. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't even see the wrong.
At one point, they told me to go to the freezer to get out some frozen quail to feed birds of prey. And I opened the freezer, and it is full of tiger cubs. And I was told that they had been stillborn. Seeing those litters come in, those were all really healthy tigers. We didn't have whole litters that were stillborn. But when you'd see something that seemed wrong, he'd give you a reason for it, and you just believed it. You just accepted it, because the alternative is that terrible things are going on and you're involved in awful things.
That tiger, look at that camera. Look at the camera.
We're an open book. We have a fabulous facility with unprecedentedly quality environments for the animals. And there's nothing to see here except the great work that we're able to do because of success, understanding, incredibly hard work, and a team of people who make it their life.
There you go. Looking back, I feel bad about telling Julie that this was the most amazing place ever, that this is a paradise for animal lovers. It's not a paradise, it's exactly the opposite.
How did Doc react when he found out that you two were together?
It is so strange because he was okay with her basically living with me. Unheard of for the compound. But at the same time that he was supportive, he was making her life
hell.
So miserable.
It was a ganging up on me from every angle.
I felt so bad for what was going on that I remember speaking to him on her behalf. I remember crying, talking to him, and here I am, a grown man, went to the Israeli army, and I'm crying because I love this girl. Why are you guys treating her like this?
He was lying to people behind our backs and telling stories about people because he needed to be the only source of comfort that any of us were allowed to have.
Doc told me that Julie's crazy, that she's not right, and that I should watch it, and that I'm wasting my time. Part of me was like, is she crazy? I'm like starting to question, is Julie crazy? And I was looking for, is she? Is she really? No, she's not crazy. I don't regret it because here we are,
Right.
17 years later. But part of me feels a little guilty there.
Dry them off. Don't just swap. Yeah. Shivering?
Sometimes your fantasy of the way that life is going to be is better than the reality. I was always independent and a bit of a rebel. And frankly, I think that this is something that Bhagavan really recognized and appreciated in me. And it backfired.
They started having problems. Bhagavan was, of course, very controlling. She was a teenager. She wanted to experiment with things.
When we would go and do jobs, print work, and also film work, often he would have me stand in for the actress or for the model. I got offered a couple of opportunities to model without the animals, and he didn't allow me to do it. And I was hugely disappointed.
She started to act out, not doing what he said, taking the car when she wanted to. We were being teenage girls.
I really wanted my driver's license, which is this, normal rite of passage for somebody my age. There was always some type of an excuse of why we couldn't get it or why I couldn't practice driving. I took my fake ID and went and got a driver's license anyway. He was extremely angry about that, extremely angry. I began to realize this isn't about safety, this is about control.
He was hoping that he would get this young girl and he would mold her and she would do dishes and she would clean the house. He didn't know my daughter. That was not part of her plan.
Marty, we have been on the road together for years. It's amazing we haven't grown tired of each other.
Well, that's because we started off tired of each other.
Hey, I got a candle for our dressing room.
Oh, to cover up your overpowering cologne?
Ha! Impossible. Hey, do you mind getting this? All I have are nickels.
Oh, I don't mind at all, because I earn unlimited 2% cash back.
See, we haven't grown tired of each other at all.
Although his personality does make me a tad sleepy.
We gotta get another candle.
Unlimited 2% cash back. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
After we were living together and we were married, he had confided in me that he was attracted to me when I was younger, since I was 11. That made me extremely uncomfortable and changed the dynamic of our relationship. I saw things more for what they were, and it creeped me out. And I really no longer wanted to be a wife to him or a lover.
Have much teeth.
Ah! Oh my word! And your wife lets and your wife lets you kiss her when you come home after a long day. Huh?
He was going away for jobs. I wouldn't go with him. That was starting to be okay with him because I think he was cycling in Dawn at the time.
This is Shankar, a 2-year-old male.
Radha did an amazing thing. I was so proud of her. Like, I couldn't even believe it. She's 17 years old when she left him. She waited for him to be off on a job with Dawn, so they were away from the house.
And I got a call, and she said, I'm leaving. I'm coming out there. My girlfriend and I were driving out, and I went, okay, okay, come on.
The first thing that I did was go directly to the bank and close out our accounts, take all the money that was left in the bank. And it wasn't a substantial amount of money, but it was enough to fund the getaway. My girlfriend and I drove to the zoo. I pulled as close as I could to the front door, and I ransacked that place for everything that was my personal possessions and everything that I could pick up that was of value. And it wasn't to keep the things, they were basically for leverage. I had seen how he was in past breakups, and I knew that I was gonna need something to negotiate with. In the nightstand was some other woman's perfume. And also there was a vibrator, which wasn't there before. So in the process of making my great escape, and I admit it was a bit petty, but I took all of the other clothes that were in the closet and I dumped out all of the other perfumes and left them sitting there. And I took the vibrator out, turned it on, and chucked it on the bed. And I remember thinking as I was driving away, when we got far enough where I could kind of think clearly, please God, let there be enough juice in those batteries that when he comes home to see that I've ransacked this place and taken everything of mine, that that's still going on the bed. My girlfriend and I took turns driving across the country from Virginia to California. And we were so high on adrenaline and so frightened that we were speeding and drove straight there. We made it from Virginia to California in crazy record time, to the point that when I got to California, I called Bhagavan and he said, "Where are you?" And I said, "I'm in California." And he said, "That's impossible." And I was like, "Well, wait till he gets the credit card receipts from the gas."
She didn't even stop. She just drove all the way to California. It was very brave, very, very brave of her. Yeah, and I always have admired her for that.
She was one of the only women who got Bhagavan. So I was very proud.
Here, kitty cat Radha. Here, kitty cat Radha. Cat lovers just love you. Absolutely love you. You're a great tiger queen.
I think there might have been a side of him that was kind of, in some ways, almost proud of me. And overall, I feel like he was much, much better to me than a lot of the other women. Yeah.
She was a lot stronger than I was, but when I got pregnant with Telecom, that is what saved me, truthfully, because for some reason, I could tolerate the abuse and the lying and the psychological manipulation for myself somehow, but I started realizing that I did not want that for my child. I did not want my child to grow up with somebody who would touch another human in anger.
He used to say, if you leave me, I'll kill you. He used to say it all the time. I know why he did it. It's because he couldn't have somebody out there that knew his secrets.
I always had the feeling that he would have no problem killing another human being. Mark Topping's death was very suspicious to me. You know, it was very convenient, let's say that.
You know, I turned down this interview many times, and the reason I turned it down was that I've spent my entire life trying to forget about those people. But it suddenly occurred to me that I owed this to Mark, and that someone had to speak for him and had to be his voice, because he can't speak for himself today.
I got a text message, "Oh my God, call me right away. Have you seen this show, Tiger King?" I said, "No, what do you mean? What's Tiger King?" I pulled it up and I started looking for Mark. And at 31 minutes and 52 seconds, I think, into episode 1, there's 2 tigers in the hot tub in Bhagavan, and one of the tigers goes to jump out, and there he is. There's Mark for 1.5 seconds coming in to grab the tiger that's jumping out.
It was exciting to see my friend on film after all these years. I knew instantly, and he was only in profile. I mean, imagine that, somebody that was your friend and you really cared about, to see it after, I mean, you have to understand, it's been 32 years since he died. We never really knew the full story of what that day even was like, what happened. I think I reached out to you because I was hoping you could find out.
They had had a fight the night before, and the next day, Bhagavan is shaken, and you can tell that something instantly was very, very wrong. And I said, "What happened?" And he said, Mark slipped and fell off the rocks and hit his head on the rocks below and died instantly. I felt in my heart that he wasn't telling me the truth, and it's been driving me crazy for 30 years.
Since the day that man died, I have said, this is really fishy. What happened to him?
Touches of black. They say a lot without having to say much. They stand for elegance, refinement, and prestige. Even a little can go a long way. And though they're darker than the darkest night, they make you see everything in a new light. The Kia X-Line Nightfall Collection.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The story, how we heard it, was that Mark fell off a waterfall, or Mark, you know, it was kind of strange.
Mark being so fit and so agile that he would accidentally slip, hit his head, and go over these falls. This always seemed kind of a little off. I've never spoken to Bhagavan since then. I've always wanted to, but I never had the opportunity.
I, first of all, would just like to ask him what happened. None of us know what really happened that day.
I always love that Buddhist saying that there are 3 things that cannot long stay hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth.
Something that's never been reconciled in my mind is the fact that he was the #2 guy at this Buckingham Zoo. So here obviously is Bhagavan doing his levitation thing, and then right here, that's Mark. And Bhagavan couldn't even come out here to the funeral. Why? Why? I mean, that makes no sense at all. Take a day and come out here and be with us. You were with him for the last 5 years. Why wouldn't you even come out and make an appearance? That's never been reconciled in my mind. And it always amazed me that this letter from Mark, it says, don't trust Bhagavan.
And this is the study where I keep the secret archives. So this is where I have some more videos. This one's got mold on it, so this could actually have something. I remember we set up a hidden camera in my living room. We thought it would have been fun to videotape Mark. We'll ask him some questions and just see what he says. Since he didn't know about it, we thought he'd be more himself and just reveal all.
We will be shooting the mealworm. He should be arriving in about 20 minutes.
Bhagavan called the mealworm was his nickname.
May I never hear mealworm again.
He was a really nice guy and really jolly, happy person, really liked Bhagavan. And I think came here for a better life.
I was jail bound, boy. I was getting ready for prison, there was no doubt. They were gonna nab me any day.
Back in the late 70s, Mark and Bhagavan were in the marijuana business.
Bhagavan was like the biggest pot dealer in the area at the time. I mean, he told me stories where they had like a room full of bags of weed and rooms full of money.
See, I was living in a 3-bedroom house with a pool and a jacuzzi, and having steak and lobster 6 or 7 days out of the week, and just partying my ass, thousands of dollars of cash, right there in my hand, you know.
Mark was actually going out in the middle of the night to go meet planes that would swoop down the abandoned airfields out there and drop out the bales of marijuana.
Of course, I had an amazing collection of reefer, like 25 different types of weed that I would, big buds like this long, that weighed like a ½ ounce. Because I'd buy pounds of it, and I'd just find the best looking stuff and seal it up,
One time we met up at Bhagavan's house, and when I met him, Mark said, this is Bhagavan. If you're not comfortable with that, you can just call him Kevin, that's cool. That's where I first got to see one of his tigers. You could just see these huge ass teeth, and like, oh my God, he said, just chill, he's okay.
It was always dangerous. I always had a gun with me. He was always afraid someone would come after me to get to him because he was at the top. Somebody wanted to knock him down. Somebody broke in while I was at the grocery store, so of course we had to pack everything up and move. Bhagavan's decided we had to go to Virginia. And back then, I still did everything he said. I had no mind of my own.
Things got really kind of weird. I got a phone call from Mark in the middle of the night, and he was so paranoid, and I said, what's the matter, Mark? He goes, I need to get the fuck out of town. People are getting popped. I need you to help me pack up. We got to the storage facility. He had a huge trash bag, probably 8-10 pounds of weed, and he said, just take it, get whatever you can for it, send me some money. He went his way, I went my way. And I don't know how much time passed, but he called me up and he said, I'm fine, I'm in Virginia right now. Do you remember Bhagavan, Kevin Antle? He's putting me up out here. I just need to lay low. I'm working at a zoo, Buckingham Zoological Park. I said, oh, that sounds cool. He goes, yeah, yes, I can tell you more about it later. I can't really talk right now. That's it. Okay, so from then on, he was working down there at the zoo, close to Yogaville.
Yogaville saved my life. I left home very young, so I was on my own, an emancipated teenager from 16. The New York City modeling scene was extremely full of drugs and debauchery. A couple of the models I worked with died, so I decided I wanted a spiritual life. I told my friends and family, and they were all very upset. What are you doing? It's crazy, they're a cult. That was the first word they said. Everyone always said that right away. And I said, fine, but I don't really want that New York City fast-paced insanity. I started working a little bit at Buckingham Zoological Park with Mark. He was a very nice guy. He had that whole lumberjack thing.
Part of Mark's transformation was to follow the teachings of this Swami Satchidananda. His name was changed to Mitra, M-I-T-R-A.
By the way, I'm Mitra. Hi. Okay. That's me. Hi.
Anybody who will talk to my folks, I'm Mark. But if they ever do find out it's a stage name, it would not grab this guru thing.
Mitra was this really attractive guy, and he had this loving personality about him. He was very gregarious, had this big smile, was always laughing and joking, and he was kind of the fun at the zoo. You would fall in love with that kind of a character very easily because he was so likable, you know, and it was a stark contrast between him and Bhagavan.
He's one of the most unusual people you'll ever meet. He makes his living training wild animals for movies and television commercials. If there were ever a real-life beastmaster, this guy is it.
Charlie.
Dear Becky, could this really be a letter from the wild man of Virginia? Does he even have all his body parts still attached? Well, I'm happy to say yes to the above questions. We've been busy filming for a television series that we are making. I ride a zebra in an open field for the episode titled Wild Horses. It will take months, maybe years, to finish the first 28 episodes. Did you like the picture? Nothing like taking a jacuzzi with a couple of kitties. Love, Mark. He loved those animals. He was really passionate about it. You know, here's this guy that trains tigers and works with animals, and it was really cool.
This guy has worked for a popular oil company that sports the slogan, "Put a tiger in your tank." Bubbles played a baby for the McDonald's Corporation.
Yum yum.
Kevin Antle, Bhagavan, Doc. I've known him for 30 years. Met him in Buckingham, Virginia. When he was trying to be a tiger guy, I was doing animals in films and commercials. He had a commercial job, and he needed extra hands. And Mark Topping was there with me. He was a good trainer. He was Bhagavan's #1 guy. He also was eager to learn. I showed him a few things.
Carl was pretty good with his animals in terms of training them. Definitely better than Bhagavan.
Bhagavan did not value experience or knowledge. He just was so sure of his way, his technique. What do I know? 'Cause I'm just, you know, the black guy from Compton. I don't know nothing. Okay. Doc Antle is just a spoiled rich kid.
I came from a highly successful family. I could have had far more money than I'm ever gonna make off of hanging out with my beloved animals.
He grew up in a wealthy family. They were the ones that grew all the lettuce in the entire United States.
Bhagavan had a trust fund that was supporting him very comfortably. And then I believe he just kind of stumbled into realizing that the animals could be lucrative.
At the ripe old age of 21, he received his PhD in zoology from the British College of Natural Science.
All the time people say they think they're going to meet Dr. Antle, PhD. They meet me and they are taken aback. They say, "A hippie doctor? Who is this?" That's happened a lot of the time.
To my knowledge, he's not a doctor. When he was in China, he paid somebody to, you know, write doctor on some type of certificate. And frankly, I would never let him stick a needle in me.
He was never an actual doctor. He wanted to be one, but he didn't have the patience for school. So he just says he is.
I'm a doctor, right? On one side, I'm doc because I'm an MD. And so I got a whole, I've gone through and done a lot of autopsies, and I've been through a lot of bodies and seen a whole lot of sickness.
One of the challenges with Bhagavan Antle is that he doesn't tell the truth very often. And so it's very hard to separate the fact from fiction.
Everything that I know about Bhagavan's past came from Mitra, because Mitra was the only one that would talk to me about it. No one else would discuss Bhagavan in any sort of way. And it was through him that I began to learn about Bhagavan's nefarious past, that Bhagavan was involved in some deals which weren't above board, shall we say.
I really do know of some factual, real shit that happened with him over the years. There was a period of time in the 80s when Bhagavan and I traveled to Venezuela on a commercial for South American television. And it became apparent that there was a bonus bumper crop of cocaine available. And I'm like, why do we care about an abundance of cocaine? He was like, well, we can get a truckload of this and sent to Florida to my friend Mario. I was like, okay, well, I don't know Mario, don't want to know Mario. This is not what I signed up for. I'm not about to be involved in drug smuggling. But he saw how good my tiger was, that it would get up and do all kinds of tricks, you know, be a nice tiger. And so he said, come on down to Virginia. You can stay in my house. We've got a lot of work in New York, but you got to eat vegetables, and, you know, you're going to... And my attitude was like, dude, I'm going to Wendy's and I'm getting a cheeseburger.
Not eat meat? You know, you gotta be fucking crazy. I will not stop eating meat. You know, all of a sudden, boom, I'm not eating meat.
Mitra wanted to learn to train animals. I don't think he realized how hard Bhagavan is on his employees and his interns. I kind of felt a little bit bad because I was like the traveling mistress, which meant that oftentimes Mitra would be driving the car and Bhagavan and I would be having sex in the back seat, which couldn't have been comfortable for them at all, and was incredibly awkward for me, because I was a pretty modest person and kind of shy, and so it was very awkward. But Mitra was very sweet and super funny. I adored him. I thought he was really cool. Mitra always had an interesting relationship with Bhagavan where it wasn't quite as Lord Bhagavan over Mitra. It was a little bit closer together than any of the other relationships that I've seen with interns.
In this letter, I'm number 2, assistant director and manager of this establishment. Bhagavan has offered a new condition on my contract in the future, owning and receiving 1 to 2.5% interest for the next 10 years. Could add up to big bucks, or could all fall apart tomorrow. That's the gamble you take, right? Yeah.
Don't wait down the hill. Put a chain on it. Put a chain on the cat. Get the chain on the shower. He's ruined for the day. And getting ruined for life.
When you would come into the fold, Bhagavan would go about a process of breaking your spirit. He's going to tear you down to the lowest level he can get you. And then you're going to be reborn. When I got the job in Korea, Bhagavan made this big deal about my hair. I had very thin, horrible hair. I had this horrible mullet that I apologize for in advance, but it was the thing back then. And he showed up in Korea and said, we're going to get you hair extensions. So he found this Korean lady to come in, and I swear to you, it was almost hot glue. And she was taking these long hair extensions and she was gluing them. And while she was gluing them into my head, she was burning my scalp. And I was going, ow, ow, ow. And the next thing you knew, I had this big bushy mane that looked horrible on stage when I was dancing around and doing my thing. and I would sweat and heat up. My head would get hot. It would melt the extensions, and I would spin my hair, and you'd see this long strand of hair fly out into the audience. I would sit in my dressing room, and I would cry and cry and cry.
There was a certain aspect to the relationship between Bhagavan and the apprentices where Bhagavan was very domineering.
I was always worried about Mark because he abused him so badly. Yeah, Mark was like the nicest man I pretty much I've ever met. He never complained about anything. He did exactly what he needed to do, and he was always kind.
Mark was really kind of funny and charming, although I feel that he wasn't really allowed to be that way, either around me or around Bhagavan.
Well, when I first got there, you know, they were definitely treating me like a human being. But eventually, I was living in this little cubicle.
I remember talking to him one night about his trailer. He said, it's so cold in there. Mark had a hybrid wolf named Nimbus Nid. And Nimbus Nid slept with him at night, and that's what kept him warm.
It was atrocious conditions. Bhagavan convinced them all that all they needed was rice and beans. Mitra was hungry all the time, but he worked so hard. He worked 7 days a week, 365 days for as many years as I was there.
He would have to work very long hours. He would talk about that.
After a while, I just realized that, you know, wild animal training really isn't what I want to do all my life.
Mark was trying to get out, probably because he wanted to get away from that grasp. He wanted some reality. He wanted some freedom.
This is to the new future. New future. Yes. My new future. Yours. Make it to Arizona. Safely. With very, very few problems.
Dear Becky, well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I didn't really have to write that because I'll be in town, Phoenix/Scottsdale, for a few days before Christmas. I leave Christmas Day for a magic show in Reno for the 26th until January 1st. Then I fly back to Virginia. And that was the last time that I saw him.
Doc Antle said, I got a magic show for you. I'm going to send Mitra, and you guys are going to go to Reno and do this magic show. And Mark was telling me how he wanted to get out, that he was distrustful of Bhagavan. He told me Bhagavan owed him money, and it had come from the dope deal, but he was owed money. At this point, I didn't want to be involved because it's not my scene. It struck me as odd that 5 months later, Mark Topping slips and falls on a waterfall and dies. I heard for years that Bhagavan was responsible for Mark Topping losing his life.
A lot of people thought that Bhagavan had something to do with Mark dying. Everybody thought that.
Why would he have wanted to kill Mark?
For the same reason he hates it that I'm out here, because he knew the secrets.
In my mind, it goes back to the money that was owed to Mitra. One time, I caught Bhagavan late at night outside working on a tiger trailer, which was very unusual, and I was curious about what was going on, so I went out there. And he didn't hear me come out. As I walked up to him, he was by himself, and he was ripping open this big brick, this giant brick of plastic trash bags and duct tape. And when he ripped it open, it was filled with cash. He grabbed a screwdriver, and he grabbed me by the throat, and he shoved me up against the building. He stuck that screwdriver up into my throat, and he told me, if you ever mention this again, you'll never see another sunrise. Bhagavan owed Mitra tens of thousands of dollars, and Mitra was very angry that he had not been paid this money. It was a very strained relationship.
I know that he left for a while, When I saw that Mark was back again, I was like, oh no, you got away. Why did you come back? He just went like this, you know.
The animals were a really cool part of his life, but he was trying to make it more a part of his life where he could have a life. And I think that's what he was doing here on his last visit.
He was actively pursuing employment out here.
And then he was gone, and then he never did get to come back. I mean, I remember crying about that, like he was gonna come back, and he never did get to come back.
In May of 1989, Bhagavan was talking to a computer store where I was working as the PR and marketing person. And he had made an arrangement with the owner that he would shoot a commercial.
Omnicom Connecting Point has tamed the computer jungle, bringing you a full line of Apple computers.
I had been avoiding Bhagavan from the minute I left him. And so I avoided the whole commercial. But at the end of the day, before they all left, Mitra Topping was there and he asked me out on a date. And I was happy to go out on a date with him because I thought he was really handsome and very sweet and very cute and funny, and I was really looking forward to it. But before I left the parking lot, I was in my car and Bhagavan came to my car and confronted me. And he said, I'm leaving Radha and I want to marry you. So he again, for the second time, asked me if I would marry him. But nothing had changed as far as I could tell. You know, he was still the same person that he was when we were together. So I said, no, thank you, I'm not interested. And I don't think I would have told him, but Mitra Topping may have had to tell him that he was going to go out on a date with me because he needed permission to be away from the compound. And very, very tragically, in the morning before our date, he went hiking at Crabtree Falls and he fell off of Crabtree Falls and died the day that we were supposed to go on a date.
Normally in this kind of a case, you would get notified by the authorities. I got a call from Bhagavan. He said, your brother's been in a very terrible accident. I remember just falling down to the ground, sitting there on the ground, and my wife at the time saying, what's the matter? What's the matter? I said, Mark is dead.
It was Bhagavan, he said, and that he said to tell your parents that I was there, that I was with him. It sounds odd to me that he was the one that notified the family and not the authorities, but it was just fishy the whole way around.
I always wondered why he was up there by himself, because there was nobody at the top of those falls who came down, hey, that's my friend, or anything like that. It was Memorial Weekend of 1989, and me and my wife were both off of work, so we thought we'd heard about Crabtree Falls. We hadn't been in Virginia a year yet, so we decided to go up there and have a walk up. And I was a little nervous going up because I saw all these signs about how dangerous it was and all of the people that had been killed by climbing around on rocks.
I was 12 years old at the time. It was a pretty moderate to steep hike up there. It took quite a while, probably over an hour to hike to the top.
This woman walked up to me and said, "Did you see that boy fall?" And I said, "No," and she said, "Oh, he has to be dead. He hit awful hard." My wife, she starts looking out over the water towards the fall, and she saw a boot sticking up behind a rock. So I took the binoculars, and it was definitely a boot, so I ran up the mountainside, got level with the boot, and I looked over and I did see a body behind a rock on the other side. And I got out there, his head was under the water. I needed to get it up so he could breathe. So I put one hand behind his neck in case his neck was broken, and then I put my hand under his head to lift it up, but that's when I realized there was no skull back there. I knew he was dead, but I just couldn't get myself to leave.
One of the biggest things I remember, at some point you picked his wallet up. I could tell he had pictures in there, and I started leafing through his pictures. And there was a photo of him with a tiger in a swimming pool. and that always stuck out to me.
I felt an attachment to the boy. I don't know why. I guess just spending all that time on the bank, keeping people away from him was, you develop some sort of attachment, I guess. You feel like you're protecting him, even though he's not alive anymore. I felt like I was there all afternoon because it took forever for rescue to get up there. And when they did, I stood around longer waiting to be questioned. I says, I'm the one who found the body. Is there anything you need from me? And what's your name? I think all he took was my name. I don't even think he took my address. But no questions. And that's always bothered me, because how did they know he wasn't pushed?
There were other hikers at the top of the falls. No one else had witnessed this other than this one woman. I don't know if she witnessed the whole thing, if she caught a glimpse and thought she saw somebody fall from the top.
Yeah, there was only that one person.
Just the one, yeah.
She just said, "Did you see that boy fall?"
So the authorities never questioned you?
No. In fact, I kept watching local news about the accident at Crabtree Falls. There was nothing. I've been wondering about that my whole life, why there wasn't more of an investigation.
That last picture of Mark was taken on the day that he passed away. He's there, and there's a guy standing behind him.
Paul Lewis told me last year, before I moved out of Buckingham, that he was with Mitra the day that he died.
Paul Lewis was a local guy, real nice guy. Rode motorcycles with him, and they had rode up there that day.
Okay, we have started this recording for Paul Lewis.
Hey, David.
Hey, Paul. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good, good. I'm thrilled to be able to talk to you, because I don't think we've ever spoken before. That Memorial Day weekend, you guys took a motorcycle trip. Who came up with the idea to go out to Crabtree?
I'm not sure, but it could have been me because I liked it a lot. Back then it was pretty popular, but still there wasn't a lot of people there.
There's a sign there. It says 20 people or whatever have fallen. Don't be the 21st or something like that.
David, that sign that you're talking about, I read to the group aloud as we walked towards that sign. I knew the sign, I knew what it said.
Wow.
It was like giving them fair warning, this place is dangerous.
Wow. Jeez.
Your brother was extremely brave.
Yeah.
He was extremely strong. Your brother saw these people rappelling down the mountain, and they had all the gear that you need to rappel. I believe he was trying to show off.
Yeah.
And he climbed a tree and jumped over to the falls. And he was so confident, he thought he could get a finger hold and climb up the mountain. And those rocks were so old, sloping downward. It had worn smooth. He didn't have anything to hold on to, and that's why he fell off.
You actually were there when he took that death-defying leap.
I didn't see him take the leap. Somebody else did.
That always plagued me. How could Mark ever, how could this ever happen to him? Because he was not stupid.
We're all very, very sad. I mean, it was really hard for us to understand why it happened. It was just didn't make sense. Yeah, and the last thing that Mark ate was a can of peaches.
Mm-hmm.
I watched him eat that can of peaches.
I'll be done.
Yeah, they were vegetarian.
I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
Yes, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss, David. I really am.
I felt good that I could actually talk to this guy who spent the last day with my brother. Mark loved peaches. And then when Paul told me, I was like, oh my God, that's so Mark.
something that you want right here.
Yeah, that looks almost delicious. Hey, first time I'm on my video.
Say something.
I'm just very happy that I had a chance to get some idea of what that day was like. Mark did what he did, and he died, and we're suffering with his loss.
My brother has a brick in here somewhere. There it is. Right there. I miss him.
It does bring a bit of closure, but what happens to Bhagavan as a result of the other atrocities that people have talked about that he has done, let's just hope justice prevails.
Go, friends, gather! Kiki, Chris, Jason! Hold on to your dice.
Nice frosting, Brad.
Thank you. How we doing, Kiki?
Tastes like money to me.
I can't go back to jail!
Wait, did you rob my bank?
Are we winning? Money, power, friendship. Let's go!
Download Monopoly Go and play the new Star Wars event today.
For a period of time, life just went on for Bhagavan. You know, at the zoo, it just kept going. I never saw any emotion from him in that respect. Once again, there was a constant stream of young girls coming in and out.
Bhagavan would groom one girl after another girl, and there were more, and there were more. They're all afraid to say anything because their parents are still there. Their families are still part of the ashram. I do not believe that anyone who has a predilection for 12, 13, 14-year-old virginal girls ever changes. I wondered why Swami Satchidananda would allow him to be a part of our community, because people were asked to leave. But eventually, someone broke the silence.
That's a good boy.
He knew that we were after him. Our department received information from a law enforcement agency in California to verify if, number one, Mr. Antle was in fact there, and number two, if he was, were there any underage females with him at the time? And I was handed a warrant for his arrest. His house has a great big fence with a big chain around it, so there's no way we can get in. Nobody was there. But when I left, I spotted a vehicle, the only one, coming at me. So I slowed down, and as we came into each other, he dropped his head and hid. Then I knew it was him. So immediately I made a U-turn, cut my emergency overhead light on, he ran. That's the last time I saw his brake lights come on. He had already gone back to his house and left the car with the door wide open, and he was gone. It was an abandoned vehicle. I was aggravated, but immediately I went out and I started looking for him. I searched for about maybe an hour and a half, because normally I don't let people get away from me. It's just not going to happen. Went home, came back the next day, the car's still there, the door's still open. Day 3, the car was still there with the door open. 4th day, I went by there and the vehicle was gone. So I went up and I blew the siren again. Nothing, nobody.
After a while, Doc abandoned the zoo down here. I've read that he had all kind of charges. The state police had like a all-points bulletin out for him saying he was gonna try to leave the area, but I think he must have got away. USDA came a bunch of times because they heard he had abandoned the zoo, and they said that it had snowed 20 days before, and they knew nobody had been here for at least 20 days because there were no footprints in the snow. It was animals that he left behind, and I think it was just moldy hay for him to eat. This whole thing was enclosed, so they were just roaming inside.
I got a call from someone in Buckingham that Bhagavan had left some animals on the property, and they were trying to find him. The next time I saw him was in Tennessee. He had found some money, which he used to call a honeypot. He was able to get some investment, and he was building the first iteration of what eventually would become the compound that he now has in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Why won't you even talk about that part of your life?
I already explained it to you. You want to shut the camera off? I'll explain it to you again for the 8th fucking time. My story is a story of conservation. My story is not the story of my lifestyle growing up. You keep asking questions that may in fact give the bad guys opportunities to punch holes in a story to create drama that's untrue, but it still creates drama.
Bhagavan is a egocentric narcissist who really believes that he is one of the tigers. He's the main tiger at his zoo, and he's very far from it.
The lions kill each other in the wild. They are always looking to take over the pride. The big males have harems that they keep of
You put it in
girls.
such a delicate way. Take over the pride.
Take over it. And to keep that harem intact,
Right.
they have to fight to the death. Other males come in and say, "I'd like to have your girls," and they say, "Well, let's fight about it." And whichever lion wins gets the girls.
He definitely struck me as the Harvey Weinstein of the animal training business.
Higher up, higher up, higher up. Raise your arms up.
I think he's
There
gonna
you
have to face the music on his predator behavior.
He's left a trail of suffering behind him. I hope the truth about the way he's been treating people over time will be known, and that the victims and the survivors will be empowered.
The universe is a perfect accounting system. It's like a beautiful symphony of mathematics, and no debt will ever go unpaid.
Tonight, the Myrtle Beach Safari is at the center of a multi-state investigation. Breaking news and indictments on this Tiger King star.
This week, Bhagavan Doc Antle was indicted in Virginia on animal cruelty and wildlife trafficking charges.
I don't know what Doc's expiration date is, but given all of the accusations, I hope that it will be soon.
I categorically deny any act or conduct that could be considered as animal cruelty.
You know, I think karma is a strange thing. In my life, when there have been wrongs done to me, and I've thought, I'm gonna get revenge, I'm gonna fix this person, every time I've left it to God to take care of, the result has been far greater and more creative and more intriguing than I could ever have done on my own. So I think perhaps what's happening now is really karma.
Taking our food?
My food, you mean?
No, I mean our food.
Which you paid for with food stamps that are funded by taxes that I pay.
Since when?
You live here now?
Toaster. Hi.
Hey.
Serve and protect, huh? Serve and protect.
Kevin. So you got the flowers.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
I had a really good time last night.
Me too.
I like you, Fiona.
Thanks, Tony.
I waited a long time for last night to happen.
See ya.
Coach of the Year's a big deal.
Lot of butter.
Last night was my first time.
I'm sure he'll win again.
No, in the car. That was my first time.
First time? You mean your first time with me?
No, first time ever.
But you've been with other girls.
Not in that way. 40 calls after you left.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
No, no problem. And that's them again.
Yeah.
Why you gotta stay locked in?
Travel spending can spiral out of control when there's no system in place. With Navan's dynamic travel policy,
You want anything? Yeah. Oh, now I gotta do the red Gatorade. Wait, do they have the one with the nipple on the end? You know what I'm talking about? No, they don't, bro. Alright. Great, bro. We stopped and got Gatorade. You guys said you guys look really thirsty. Look at the new whip, man. Isn't it beautiful? Hold on. To the crib, y'all. I'm really interested to see what this POV looks like, bro.
They said your fly's undone.
What? Oh, that's good comms. You think you could tell in the pic? Is the parking brake not on?
I just think we're at
now
too
it is.
steep of an angle.
No, I wasn't. Oh, wait, let me get the hat.
And point the cane at it, too.
Now my fly's up, too. All right, wait, chat.
Thanks to the Opera browser, our sponsor, this is easily the most organized buying section I've ever done. Loop Lasso. Okay, so this is $7.93. Let me just split screen it so I can see both. Then check this out. I can actually see, using Opera's tab traces, all my most recently visited tabs. Link below.
My eyes are so cold, someone saves me. It's 80 degrees and I'm freezing. When I go in a room, I make AC. And they say I'm not slim, but I'm shady. And I'm in her mind like a craving. I spend all my time with my baby.
You're gonna get arrested as soon as a cop sees you. Okay. Oh my god, man. How do I always die at the start?
Demons are inside of me. Yo, bitch, she be riding me. All these pills inside of me. Just as a warning, this is not a meme. I need someone to say they're proud of me. Why didn't you say hi to me? I just have anxiety.
I have anxiety. Bog needs some HP. I need some health now. I'm dying, can't you see? Hey, do you have any help for me? I need some help for me. Excuse me, where are you going? That's NPC. I need water inside of me. I'm not doing tricks like this. I'm about to fuck your bitch. I'm about to get a dove. That's what's up. Watch me do the.
I don't know what I made songs. We made songs.
Yeah. Hey.
You literally just rode right past us. Again, actually.
Where?
Hey.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Yeah, when you guys see Pedro, tell him I'm gonna kill him.
Okay.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very angry at that motherfucker.
Why?
Because he stole from the company.
How?
Do you know where Pedro is?
No, sorry. I think don't believe no more.
Oh, okay. What's your name?
Frank?
Pedro?
Sure.
Hi.
Hi, who are you?
Bog. Well, I'm just gonna. You motherfucker! You! I know you are Pedro. I know it's Pedro the whole time.
How?
I know it.
Is not. You have me mistaken, and you're just gonna come up me hit me, man?
Explain yourself now. So tell me everything.